of what was mentioned, and therefore I dispel the pain of others, for it is simply pain just like my own. And others I will aid and benefit, for they are living beings like my body. Whatever reason it is, whatever motivation it is that we're here for, as long as we recognize that we are the same, we may be here to be of benefit to others. We may be here to first take care of ourselves, prepare ourselves so that we can help. It sometimes seems contradiction when we say we have to take care of ourselves. But first, you would want a doctor to be trained in a certain skill to be of benefit to you. So in order to help somebody else, we need to know what is wrong and what is our capability within it. So it is okay. Some just say, I can't do this, but I can lend that person an ear. I can hold their hand. I could put a damp cloth on their forehead to cool and break the fever. We can just smile at people. We can acknowledge them. Too long has there been divisiveness in this world, driven by populism over recent years, trying to divide us. But we are one body. We are one human body. Expand that further. What differentiates your pet from any other animal? Your pet is just fortunate, lives in better surroundings. Depending, but it doesn't have to worry as much as any other animal out there. So we need to take care of our companions, within human form and animal form, those that we keep in memory, we talk about the spirits of our ancestors, our parents, siblings, friends who have passed beyond. We have to recognize that over beginning as lifetimes, all these sentient beings have been mothers to us and will be in future lifetimes. And likewise, we have been mothers to them, not just in this lifetime previous, but also future lifetimes. We are one family. We're one unit. We come from the same source. And as such, we all want, a life free of suffering. We want a life that is meaningful and enjoys happiness. And holding that in mind, we are getting ready to prepare for the motivation. So if you visualize just in front of us, our guru in the form of Thousand Armed Chenrezig. If you haven't got a guru or you're not familiar with Chenrezig because you just want to listen in and you can still take part, just visualize a warm, clear light in front of you. If you visualize the Guru deity as a being, not just a statue, but as a living source. If you have the self-generations, initiations, please feel free to self-generate. And bearing in mind that we're approaching our Guru on the understanding that all living beings like us want to be liberated from the suffering. We visualize how the clear light beams come out of the deity's heart, radiating in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite numbers of sentient beings, wherever they are. They may be nearby. They may be far, far away at the furthest corners of the cosmos. But each light beam finds one of those sentient beings. The light enters that being through the crown of their heads, filling the body with love and compassion, and purifying light nectar that cleanses away all negative karma from previous lifetimes, all obscurations, all delusions. And as we approach and get closer to the deity, we invite all those mother sentient beings to take refuge with us and seek the liberation from suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the precious Guru Buddha, the Guru deity smiles upon us with great love and compassion, and we can feel how the light nectar intensifies, and the actions of the purifying essence of the nectar, cleansing away more and more obscurations and defilements from previous lifetimes, cleansing every single atom of the bodies of the sentient beings, filling every single space in between those atoms, filling the bodies of all sentient beings to the full, until the bodies can hold no more, and light bursts out of those sentient beings into all 10 directions, exchanging light beams with all sentient beings, helping cleansing and purifying all negative karma, not just for themselves, but for the benefit of all sentient beings, and filling the entire space with love and compassion. Before we recite the Mani mantra, I want to draw on a little tune that was a prayer done by Thich Nhat Hanh. It's called the Great Bell Chant. And in that chant, Thich Nhat Hanh basically says, that let the sound of this bell reach the furthest corners of the cosmos, and let every being, wherever it is, hear the sound of that bell and cleanse all impurities, something to that effect. So when we recite the Mani mantra, let's bear in mind that Om represents body, speech, and mind, not just in our form, in our samsaric form, through which we have the defilement and the causes why we're kept in samsara. But it also represents the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. But in order to become one with the Guru deity and carry the essence of the Guru deity in body, speech, and mind, we have to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine that in Om. And only once we have done that, have non-judgmental compassion for every single sentient being. There is no difference between friend or foe. We are all the same in our quest, wanting a life free of suffering. So when we recite the mantra, just visualize how the sound of your voice is carried into the furthest corners of the cosmos, bringing the message of love and compassion to each sentient being, and cleansing away all negativities between you and their being in the entire space, and cleansing away all negativity within those beings. And that your voice and motivation has a healing effect to all those who need it. We're going to recite the mantra for about 10-ish minutes. Let's see whether we can do 10 rounds a little bit slower this time. 10 malas. Having carried the message of love, compassion, and purity to all sentient beings, wherever they are, have encouraged them to seek liberation, and through the action, the kind action of the Guru Buddha, and all the efforts of sentient beings and the merits they've collected, it's visualized that every sentient being has now reached a pure state, free from defilements of previous lifetimes. And we want them to hold on to that for as long as possible. And as we have a longer session now, what we can do, we can visualize how we now place upon each sentient being protective gear, like a hospital gown. If you're dealing frontline, or if you're going into battle, you have your armor on. So we're reciting Vajra armor, and just to help protect us and all sentient beings from any outside influences, but also like a mask that we, whatever we haven't really managed to scrub off properly, that what we have does not infect others. So it's a two-way protection for us and for the sentient beings. So if you visualize in front of us dark blue Vajrapani, ferocious looking, with his feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Although the text says interferers, we rely on the guidance of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who said, there is no benefit in destroying a being. we have to be of benefit to them. So when we talk about the destruction, it's not the being that we destroy, but it's the actions and the negative motivation that that being may suffer from. So it's really, bringing that being around to the virtuous side. We recite the mantra 7 times. Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penabashina Gananta Tata Raita Hana Vajna Rakshukso Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penabashina Gananta Tata Raita Hana Vajna Rakshukso Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Negananta Vajna Rakshukso Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penabashina Gananta Tata Raita Hana Vajna Rakshukso Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Penabashina Gananta Tata Raita Hana Vajna Rakshukso Japadum Padmaswari Padnipashe Nigananta Savarita Hanana Vashna Rakshukso Om Vashapadum Padnipashe Nigananta Savarita Hanana Vashna Raksha Suha. So this is now the second layer. If you think about it, we thought we were seeking the skill to be of benefit to the sentient beings. As a surgeon would do if he goes into theatre, acquiring the skill and seeking the guidance of those who know, scrubbing up. So we've done that. We're seeking the refuge, reciting the Mani mantras, which is now put on our gowns before we go and carry out surgery. And, just in case, we bring an extra skill set with us, Black Manjushri, who's holding a sword. And if you think about that sword, is just like a scalpel, just taking away whatever might be left, but also from a healing purpose, cutting away all defilement, all obscurations that may still sort of lurk in the back and are so resistant. But we also can think about it as ointment that's being applied, to help the healing process and stop the development of further germs or seedlings of negative karma. So if you should visualize Black Manjushri with a wrathful face, he has 3 eyes, 2 hands, holding scripture in the left and the sword in the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments, and he stands in the midst of a massive fire, and flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and out of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying away all negativity, all negative karmas, obscurations, sickness, spirits harms, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. We recite that mantra as well 7 times. Just think about it as being slightly more delicate. We don the gown, and now it's really just helping the healing to continue. Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su Om tam che chu su du tu su du mi su ningu la che kala jakam sham tam pepe su. So, having prepared ourselves for the main bulk of the surgery, so in this case, we're trying to exercise the the effects of the pandemic. We are going to recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, and we're going to do that. Let's see, we might be able to do 7 recitals. And again, as we recite the prayer, keep visualizing how through the purity of our actions and our requests, and through the strength of this particular prayer, the pandemic and the effects of the pandemic may be neutralized, pushed away, and cleansed away, and that we do that for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we do that with a steady hand, like a surgeon scalpel with a steady hand, and with a steady mind, and with the intentions of bringing benefit, being benevolent rather than malevolent. And we do not stop. We do not differentiate between any of the patients, which are the sentient beings out there who need our help. So we don't treat them any differently. Every being is given all the love and compassion and help that's required to stop their suffering, whatever form it is. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names terrified beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to the disturbance of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a minute, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the sentient beings that sadden the minds, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. But of sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spits at harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are through disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are through disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, and really, really from the depth of your heart, with all love and compassion for all sentient beings, we recite this. And as we recite the last one, visualize how really all the effects of the pandemic have been neutralized. And, given the level of our skill and our collective karma, hopefully we can keep it at bay for a long, long time. And if it's not meant to be at this stage, we just have to keep going on. As I said before, just visualize it as taking antibiotics. You can't just expect to take one antibiotic, and ignore the rest of the course. You take it until you get the result you want, because you don't want it to come back stronger and more resistant. So we're really going in for the final time on this one. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so with that, so the main prayers are done, and we really, some people are skeptical about prayers, whether you have a religious faith, where you sort of go in spirituality. We have to consider what do we do when we're in trouble. We go like, oh crikey, I wish this would stop. So in a way, we're still requesting something, and if it wouldn't. By having made that request in whatever form or shape, we need to bear in mind that what we're trying to do, we set positive environment to keep hope going, and that's what prayers do. Whether you believe in them, based on or what people say about them, or whether you see the positive effect they can have on other sentient beings in a therapeutic way. Never disregard them. We all always look for something, when times get tough. So, but let's visualize that all our prayers and requests have borne fruit, and that the pandemic, the level of our skill is being pushed back, even if from an individual point of view we don't possess the skill that Thangtong Gyalpo had at his time. He was a great master, and the pandemic just stopped like that. But in order to get to that level, we have to practice, practice, practice. But collectively, we can push back. It is possible, and we have seen changes in the world, over recent weeks. So let's keep going and make sure that, all sentient beings, find a bit of peace and quiet in their lives again, and give them hope and let them find hope. Because the last few years, wherever we looked, unemployment, migration, wars, economic issues, there was so much going on. So let's work towards a better future, and if we start with the pandemic, to get that worry out of the way, and then, because it has brought the community together, be it from the Sangha community here at the IMI. It's wonderful to see so many brothers and sisters on the screen, in different parts of the world that we wouldn't have met before. Zoom has, things like Zoom, other services are available, but it has broken down boundaries. It made certain things easier. Tech can be your enemy, but it can also be helpful. It depends how we want to handle it. So we do dedications. I see the next crew is already here. A lovely bunch. So if you haven't seen dear Venerable Fabio and Paloma and any of the others, do hang on. They're really nice to listen to, even if you don't understand Spanish. There's something really, really nice in the melodies of different languages, and it gives you more time to listen. Sometimes when you listen to different language, and you get a different feel for that. So do stay and then listen. Okay. Where are we? Let's do the shortened dedications. Okay. May we dedicate to the benefit of all sentient beings through all the actions that we have carried out today, not just in this session, but also in the previous sessions, and future sessions still to come, not just our own, but those of all sentient beings, of all the precious Sangha, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the three times. May we all, chip in for the benefit of all sentient beings, and live harmoniously as one, and always support each other in whatever way we can to eradicate suffering, and bring everybody to the happiness that knows no suffering. Maybe dedicate to all the precious Sangha. Definitely from my side, I'm very grateful to have such a community, as my family, as my extended family, to do these practices with them. There's a Sangha community around the world carrying on to make prayers and requests on behalf of all sentient beings, also to keep the light of the Dharma alive and spread the word. The wonderful lay people who enable us to do what we do, the benefactors and the families of all who, so kindly, accept what we do, accept, their friends and family to be involved. May they all have long lives and, unfortunate rebirth, not just in this lifetime, next lifetime, but in all lifetimes to come. Maybe dedicate definitely to our precious gurus and teachers. Whoever was your first teacher, set you up on the path, up to, and particularly His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who through his existence in exile, fleeing Tibet, has brought the Dharma to the West, having given us this precious gift, to liberate us from suffering. And if you ever doubted it, what wonderful time we can see how we apply the Dharma now, to try and ease the suffering in this world for all sentient beings. And may His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him be able to return to his people one day, and also Lama Zopa Rinpoche, through his great vision and guidance, has instructed us to do these weekly prayer sessions. Basically, making us apply, the Dharma in a positive way, not just sitting at home and reciting. He says, no, go out and do. So here we are. May Lama Zopa have a long life, a long and happy life, and may both Lama Zopa and His Holiness always be our virtuous friends in lifetimes to come, and may we never be far from our precious teachers and the Dharma. Due to all the merits and virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world, may the Buddha Dharma achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we've done the dedication, so we just have time for the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe jingandi penda deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi chape chite badu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tupzu Changjing Jam Gun Gelwe Tenzing Kampewe Kunzu Dokpo Choksum Kwe Leg Mun Tu Padak Zog Du Jegun Du Jap Ten Shu. Thank you very much, everybody who's joined this session, previous session. Thank you very much to Lars. He's a regular. He's always here. Bless him. He's part of the morning prayer group. I have to join you sometime this week. Got a little bit more spare time. Thank you to Chenrezig Institute for kindly hosting us over and over and over again. And, our lovely rocksteady crew that's following us now. We've got Venerable Fabius here. Paloma is here. Hello, Venerable Paloma. We got Begonia. Hello.
Spanish team is here.
Yes, this morning was the other nun. Was she from Colombia or Mexico?
I don't know.
At 10 o'clock, it was myself.
Oh, it was you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know you were there. There was somebody else there this morning.
Yes, Mayra Drolma. She was
yes.
there.
Drolma. Yes. Where's she based?
She's based in Noselin Retreat Center.
Oh, right.
He's living there, yes.
Oh,
right.
Bless, because I heard good news that the Spanish team, I have to say that to everybody's listening, our Spanish contingent here, they are very, very active. At the beginning, we were like, should we always keep it in English? But our Spanish-speaking community, they do 10 hours. We are aware of that with Colombia and Mexico and wherever else. So we appreciate that very, very much. And I know that particularly Fabio and Paloma very much engaged with them. So, and Begonia as well. So that is just wonderful to hear. It's all those little snippets, you know, when we sometimes sit in front of the screen, we don't know how far it goes. So
Yes.
to get that feedback, it's just
Uh,
wonderful. It's just wonderful to hear.
And there are a lot of Spanish people, not only from Spain,
Yeah.
but from Latin America, waiting
Yes.
to 10 o'clock to Venerable Paloma and 9 to
Yes.
me. So it's creating community, you know, it's very nice.
That's the wonderful thing, you know. I mean, what
Yeah.
you know, we always look at the negative side of these things, but
Yeah.
what it does, you know, it brings communities together. You know, and
Right.
you know, even from our community, I mean, if you think about it, the IMI is not that big, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you compare us to Sarah, we're quite
Right.
small,
Mhm.
but it has really brought us all together, and it's so wonderful, you know, to see
Mhm.
everybody. So,
Right.
you know,
Yes,
keep up the good work. It's nice to know. I leave you
Thank
to
you.
it. Have a lovely evening. Take
Thank
care,
you.
everybody.
Take
Bye
care.
bye.
Take care and
Bye,
rest a
love.
little bit. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bueno, pues thank you to Chenrezig Institute for hosting and organizing every week. Ahora vamos a hacer el segundo turno de la recitación en español de la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, que ya sabéis, hay dos cada sábado, una a las 10 de la mañana españolas que guía Venerable Paloma y luego la de las 9 de la noche, que es la que vamos a hacer ahora. Pero eso no significa que sean las dos únicas. Hay bastante sangha hispana, no solo española, sino hispana, que estaría muy bien que se involucraran en estas recitaciones y que se añadieran y que se fueran añadiendo cada vez más y más sangha de habla hispana a esta recitación, porque como acaba de decir Venerable Damcho, que es quien un poco organiza los turnos de toda la sangha mundial, de alguna manera sí se vería un poco pues cuál es cómo es el IMI, ¿no? De qué está compuesto de tantísimos monjes, monjas de tantos países, pues en nuestro caso, en el caso de los españoles, así veríamos cómo toda la sangha hispana y española pues podemos darnos a conocer y además contribuir con esta instrucción que nos ha dado Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Así es que ánimo, animaos, los que estéis escuchando y los que no se lo transmitís.
El otro día, acuérdate que estuvo Venerable Yese, un ratito
Sí.
apareció, ¿no? Fue bonito.
Poco a poco las causas van dando sus brotes.
Yo le he echado los tejos a Andoni, que me ha puesto algo, digo, a ver, hombre, a ver si aparece su...
Bueno, vamos a ver. Bueno, pues vamos a seguir. Nada, tomamos un poquito de conciencia del cuerpo y de la respiración, valiéndonos de la respiración para crear un espacio y un silencio interiores de los que meditar. Sentimos esa respiración cómo fluye y con ella cómo los pensamientos, los problemas, cualquier tipo de agobio o de preocupación sale de nuestro cuerpo, nos abandona y se disuelve en el espacio que nos rodea. Y en su lugar va apareciendo un estado de calma, de paz, de silencio. Y cuando así sea, cuando nos sintamos un poquito más tranquilos, generamos una motivación de bodhicitta, una motivación de compasión para hacer esta práctica, esta oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando que la vamos a hacer no solo por nuestro propio beneficio, sino por el beneficio de todos los seres. Y aquí incluimos a todos los seres, los que se están viendo afectados directamente por la pandemia, falleciendo o enfermando, la gente que los cuida, la gente que está perdiendo sus trabajos, y los que de manera indirecta también se ven afectados por ella. Pensamos en todos, incluso los podemos visualizar a nuestro alrededor. Nuestro padre a la derecha, nuestra madre a la izquierda, a nuestra espalda nuestros seres queridos, delante las personas que nos agitan y alrededor todos esos seres. Incluimos a todos. Pensamos que los estamos guiando al precioso estado de la iluminación y que sería maravilloso que todos esos seres llegaran a él, que nadie se quedara fuera. Como ese es un objetivo muy ambicioso, necesitamos de alguien que nos guíe, que nos dé su fuerza, que nos dé su inspiración. Ese alguien es Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, que es inseparable de nuestros propios maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama y de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Visualizamos a Guru Chenrezig en el espacio frente a nosotros sobre un loto, sol y luna, en el aspecto que nos sea más cómodo, más familiar, 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, sentado, de pie, como queramos. Pero lo más importante es sentir su calor, que irradia una gran calidez, una mirada muy amorosa, una sonrisa muy compasiva. En su presencia sentimos como el amor de la madre que nos envuelve, el amor de nuestra madre que nos envuelve. Nos sentimos muy acogidos, muy arropados. Y con nosotros el resto de seres que estamos visualizando. De su sagrado cuerpo surge luz y néctar, que llega a todos los rincones del universo, ninguno se queda sin ser tocado por esa luz y ese néctar. Luz y néctar que transportan todas las bendiciones y todo lo que los seres necesitan. A los enfermos les da salud, a los fallecidos un perfecto renacimiento humano, a los que están cansados les da energía, a los hambrientos comida. Solo contemplar a Chenrezig es un descanso para nuestra mente. No importa que no lo visualicemos con detalle. Lo más importante es sentir su presencia y que es inseparable de nuestros maestros. Sentir su vibración. Intentando mantener esa conciencia de tener a los seres a nuestro alrededor y a Chenrezig en el espacio frente a nosotros, tomamos refugio 3 veces con la fórmula que viene en la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y ahora, mientras recitamos unos momentos el mantra, sentimos que por la fuerza de esa recitación, esa luz y ese néctar que constantemente surgen del sagrado cuerpo de Avalokiteshvara y que le da a cada ser lo que necesite, esa actividad se refuerza, se intensifica mucho más. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Y ahora recordando lo que dice siempre Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de que es importante tener o mirar de vez en cuando la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo cuando recitamos la oración. Comenzamos a hacer las recitaciones, que alternaremos con el mantra. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Dedicamos esta primera recitación a todos los fallecidos por el COVID o por cualquier otra causa, que puedan ser ellos guiados a la tierra pura de Chenrezig y alcanzar la iluminación muy rápido. Si han renacido en los reinos inferiores, que los abandonen rápidamente, inmediatamente, por la fuerza de nuestros méritos y de los suyos combinados. Hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ahora nos acordamos de todos los enfermos de COVID o de cualquier otra enfermedad que están en sus casas, en hospitales, en clínicas, los que se han contagiado, que puedan todos ellos recuperar rápidamente la salud y que cesen los contagios al instante en todo el planeta. También nos acordamos de las personas que los cuidan para que tengan fuerza y energía en sus cuerpos y mentes y puedan seguir haciéndolo. Hacemos la tercera recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, y puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Pensamos con fuerza en todas las personas que están atravesando problemas muy difíciles económicos como consecuencia de la pandemia, que están perdiendo sus trabajos, que no tienen para alimentar a sus hijos. Siguiente recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Y pensamos con fuerza que esta recitación la ofrecemos para que cesen al instante los desequilibrios de los elementos, de los 4 elementos, fuego, tierra, aire, viento, y que allá donde hay desastres naturales, estos cesen en el momento y los seres que han fallecido se ven afectados por ellos, se libren de esas condiciones adversas. Y muy en especial hoy nos acordamos de los más de 15 millones de bisones que van a ser sacrificados en los próximos días en Dinamarca. Puedan todos esos seres ser guiados a un renacimiento superior por Chenrezig. Guru Avalokitesvara está muy complacido con nuestra práctica, nos sonríe, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en nosotros y en todos los seres, concediéndonos todos los logros, comprensiones, experiencias de Dharma, del camino gradual a la iluminación y bendiciones de nuestros maestros, que son Chenrezig. Maestros a los que pedimos que estén con nosotros mucho tiempo hasta el final del samsara para guiarnos. Hacemos la oración de larga vida de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Yite hemen kandi bende malupa gale jungwe sampele yisino kadri insume Tenzin Yatsula Solwa Devezo Tu Selundruso. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Hacemos la de Lama Zopa Rinpoche con la misma petición, que pueda Rinpoche estar con nosotros muchos, muchos, muchos años hasta el fin del samsara. Perdón, esta no. Tu chul cham sim yang gong yel we ten sin kyon pel we kun so do kor se Chosum kur wele montu dru Pahata sodu jegondu saten so. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri. Protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y ahora, antes de recitar las oraciones de dedicación, cedo la palabra a las venerables Paloma y Begoña por si quieren dedicar por algo o por alguien.
Pues sí, un saludo a todas. Y yo quería especialmente, hay varias personas cercanas, tanto al centro de Valencia como de Barcelona, que están en situaciones difíciles debido al COVID u otras. Entonces, bueno, obviamente abarcando a todos los seres, pero especialmente por María Villar, por María Ángeles Sarrió, por Migue, Anabel y Elena, los hermanos familiares muy cercanos de una compañera, también por la madre de Juan Royán, y luego por Kiko, Merche, Carlo, Cristina, por Gema, Isabela y Reme, y por todos los seres.
Y los hermanos, ¿no? De Paco, ¿o eran ellos?
Parte de ellos son los hermanos de Paco.
Vale, muy bien, muy bien. Bego, ¿y tú? ¿Quieres añadir algo?
No se te oye, Begoña.
Tienes que repetir.
Es que estoy ya tan cansada que ya no me entero.
Ahora sí, ahora se te oye.
Bueno, pues quería dedicar para nuestros centros de Dharma que puedan recuperar sus actividades presenciales lo antes posible con todas las seguridades del mundo, porque la gente está muy necesitada, la verdad. Y nada, en especial por mi primo Iñaki, que está bastante malito y que quizá no viva mucho. Y bueno, por la lista de Lidia, Valencia también suele tener una lista de peticiones y Lidia también hace una lista que no la tengo aquí, pero bueno, pues por ellos, nada más.
Vale, gracias. Yanchub sem chorim poche ma ke panam ge gyurchi ge wa nyam pa me pa jang go ne gondu pelwa zo. Muchas gracias a todos y a todas por vuestra asistencia. Perdón, Tenzin Pelyan, por delay.
Yeah, 3 minutes. It's okay.
It's my fault.
How are you, dear? Are you okay?
Buena. I said, hola. Wait, my first word from last week you taught me.
Yes. And then, Fabio, which word for next week? Otra palabra.
Next week, buenas noches.
Okay.
Buenas noches.
Good night. Buenas noches.
Good night.
Good night. No, that means good night.
Good night.
Buenas noches means good night.
Right.
Good night. Oh, buenas noches.
Yes.
Because for you it's almost night.
Oh, yeah, for you, no.
Right, for me, no. So I put that. All right.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Español, música por el mío.
Uy, ya sabes mucho. Okay.
Música para la mente.
Chao.
Yeah, música por la mente.
Okay.
Please take care. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Adiós.
Welcome. Adiós. And now I just write buenas noches. My new word for next week. One Spanish word a week. And now we will begin with motivation of this beautiful practice that we have been advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And a second time, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And third, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll do a couple of minutes of compassion mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Picturing all sentient beings surrounding us, those we are most close to, behind us, those we are neutral, surrounding us, and those who might have afflicted relationships with, in front of us, closer to Guru Buddha. And imagining light rays coming from all holy beings into all of us as we do this practice. And now we will begin with a Lance meditation on the Lamrim. It is composed by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus. I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. And please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the sixth type who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa, Geshe Langri Tampa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now we will move on to the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. First, I will read the colophon, backstory. Once, an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, red crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed the following prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And we will do this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And I'm going to read that stanza again. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll recite for a second time this beautiful, powerful prayer. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we will recite for a third time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll sit for a minute and digest and expand this prayer that we've just recited. And next, we will recite another holy prayer by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo called A Request to Pacify the Fear of Famine. And the backstory or colophon about this one is that when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose in Tibet, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all beings, all living beings, from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. And now the prayer, a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyekya Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha, wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Please think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, please let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing crops, grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do in the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now I will do a little bit speedy dedication, so we finish in a timely way. First, to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Next, to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Next, for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. And now to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have done, we fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. And next, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savor of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now in the remaining time, short time, we will seal our prayers with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side.
We're ready to go. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning from Chenrezig Institute. It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
So nice to see you. How is everything at Chenrezig? Hello. How is everything at Chenrezig?
Hello, how you going?
Good, very well, thank you. In New York City.
That's good.
Yes, and how is everything at Chenrezig? Beautiful Chenrezig.
Yes, Chenrezig is very good. I'm doing an art course this weekend with Andy Weber.
Oh, a teacher of mine also.
Yeah, he's just teaching through Zoom.
Oh, yes, how beautiful.
Yeah, so this is I'm going to do this, and then I've got half an hour. I'm going to go down to the art studio, and we're drawing Pajna Paramita. So it's been really lovely.
Oh, beautiful. And if you send Andy my regards, is Tenzin in New York City? For many times. Yes, so beautiful.
Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, I'll send a message through Zoom.
And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Palyang.
Sure.
Are you right now? Cool. Okay. So good morning, everybody. So 7 o'clock in the morning at Chenrezig Institute. Very nice day here, a little bit warm. And as I was just saying to Venerable Palyang, so we're doing an Andy Weber course this weekend. Andy Weber's teaching online via Zoom, and it was done for the students here at Chenrezig Institute, but there are many, many students connecting from other places in Australia and around mainly Asian countries, and also in America. I think there's just one or two in America. So yeah, it's turned into a worldwide event. And thank you to Andy, because he's teaching through the night. So he finished at 5 a.m. in his time yesterday. So it was 4 p.m. our time. So he's working hard. But it's very lovely. Anyway, so we're here to do the prayerathon to pacify the pandemic and pacify all the causes and conditions associated with the pandemic and what that causes throughout our lives. Causes sickness and illness and mental and physical suffering, and also the economic problems that arise from that as well. Yeah, so widespread suffering arises from that. And we can also think that we're engaging in this practice for every single living being, that they are free from suffering and achieve the highest state of enlightenment as quickly as possible. So generating bodhicitta in your mind, the wish, the twofold aspiration to attain enlightenment, and to do that for the benefit of every single living being. And we can think that we're doing it for every hell realm being, every preta being, every animal being, every human being, every asura being, and every asura being. So developing that bodhicitta, engaging with every single living being, that thinking that they're just like me, they just want happiness and they don't want suffering. And that through my engaging in this practice, may it be a cause for them to be free from their suffering and quickly achieve all the realizations of the path and highest enlightenment. So I was going to read the 8 verses of thought transformation as a motivation for the practice this morning. It says page 154 of the retreat prayer book. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. Wherever I am and whoever I am with, I shall always consider myself the lowest of all, and from the depths of my heart hold others dear and supreme. Vigilant the moment a delusion appears in my mind, endangering myself and others, I shall confront and avert it without delay. Whenever I see beings who are wicked in nature and overwhelmed by violent negative actions and suffering, I shall hold such rare ones dear as if I'd found a precious treasure. When out of envy others mistreat me with abuse, insults and the like, I shall accept defeat and offer the victory to others. When someone whom I have benefited, in whom I have great hopes, gives me terrible harm, I shall regard that person as my holy guru. In short, both directly and indirectly, do I offer every happiness and benefit to all my mothers. I shall secretly take upon myself all their harmful actions and suffering. Undefiled by the stains of the superstitions of the 8 worldly concerns, by perceiving all phenomena as illusory, I shall be released from the bondage of attachment. Okay, so now we'll engage in the Thangtong Gyalpo practice, and we'll engage in the refuge. We'll recite this 7 times. And just bringing back to your mind all sentient beings, and especially all those affected by COVID-19, by this pandemic, all the physical and the mental sufferings, all the economic problems that people are experiencing right now, and also the problems of being confined to their spaces, to their homes, and the difficulties that it gives rise to. So the motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we can recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And if you have the appropriate initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. And with yourself visualized as Chenrezig, emanate nectars and light rays radiating out from your heart, touching the minds and bodies of every single living being, freeing them from their afflictive and cognitive obscurations and any other difficulties and sufferings they're experiencing due to this pandemic. So these rays of lights just touch their bodies, their minds, and liberate them from sufferings they're experiencing. So recite Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll recite out loud together for a short while, and then we'll recite silently to ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. So now I recite the actual prayer. Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the butchers, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body and mind from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from the karma of temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we'll do dedication prayers. So turn to page 321 in the retreat prayer book. Janchu semcho rinpoche, ma ke panam ke gochi, ke pane pa me pai, gone gundu pewasho. His Holiness's new long life prayer. Jiten kam dia, pande maluba, Gale shuwe sampel yishino kadrin sume tenzing gatsola so wa deso Tuje lundrujo Toni ninje Shundujo pelon Che che taute Ganchen tendrogon Chana pemo tenzing gatsola sowa deso shedon ludrusho Toto shanjim sham gongawe Tenzing ko pewe kunso do ponte Chosum ko wele montudru Pada so duje Gondu shabtensho. And now to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The next page, 325, the Bodhicitta prayer. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, sentient benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated in increase. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Who's that?
It's Tendrin.
Hey, Tendrin, how are you?
I'm
Lovely
good.
to see you.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too. Oh, how are you going in down there?
Yeah, in
Up
Florida,
there.
we're going fine. We haven't blown away yet. We haven't washed away yet. And
yes.
so it's all good.
I hope that all those storms, it's really awful, isn't it?
Yeah,
dreadful.
well, like the fires, like the,
Yeah.
samsara's just full of these things.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much, Tendrin.
Thank
Big
you.
love.
Big love to you.
Yeah,
See
thank you,
soon,
sweet.
I hope.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Well, now we'll get started again. That's what's so wonderful, is that when we do a whole day of practices like this, we have this opportunity to easily remember to refresh our motivation again and again. So it's truly a great opportunity. So let's begin by visualizing ourselves sitting here, and we're surrounded by all sentient beings in the form of human beings, stretching out. It's like the universe all through space, 6 feet apart. Our family around us, our loved ones around us, all the people we don't know in this life, all those who have difficulty with us or that we have difficulty with in front of us. And just imagine that we're guiding all sentient beings in this practice. And this practice was recommended by our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, in order to help with the coronavirus, the pandemic. And we know it's rising again around the world. So we want to keep in mind, especially those who are suffering from this illness right now, those who are loved ones of those suffering from this illness, those who have already passed away, and all those suffering in some way by the way the pandemic has touched their lives, whether it's their jobs, isolation, loneliness, fear. So let's visualize that we're going for refuge. And so visualizing the space in front, Shakyamuni Buddha. It's golden in color, radiant, made of light, surrounded by all the teachers, the lineage lamas, all your own teachers, all the meditational deities. He's seated in meditation posture with his right hand touching the moon cushion, showing his great control or total control, complete control of all delusions, holding an alms bowl filled with nectar in his lap, representing the medicine we need to cure us of all our delusions, removing all our ignorance and all the disturbing emotions that arise from that, all of our causes of suffering. So feel very strongly that you're in the presence of enlightened beings who understand and accept us just as we are, and who wants nothing more than to be able to benefit us and remove all our suffering and lead us to a state of unchanging bliss. They look upon us with eyes of compassion and love. We'll recite the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light. It absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne of the Buddha dissolves into light, which absorbs up into the lotus, sun, and moon. The Buddha, seated on these, comes to the crown of the head, turns to face the same direction as you, and dissolves into blissful golden light. The golden light pours down into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. Feel fully confident that you've been filled with the radiance of Shakyamuni Buddha. In that space in front arises thousand-armed Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands in a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent ornaments. He has 11 faces. Above these 11 faces is a wrathful dark blue face. On top of that is the red head of Amitabha Buddha, peaceful and smiling. Chenrezig's first two hands are folded at the heart and hold a jewel. The second right hand holds a rosary. The third eliminates the hunger and thirst of the hungry ghost by sending down a stream of nectar from the mudra of granting sublime realizations. And the fourth hand holds a wheel. The second left hand holds a golden lotus with a stem. The third holds a water vessel, and the fourth holds a bow and arrow. The remaining 992 hands, as soft as lotus petals, are in the mudra of granting sublime realizations. In the palm of every hand is an eye looking upon us with compassion. Rays of light and the nature of wisdom and compassion radiate out from Chenrezig's heart to us and to all the sentient beings seated around us, entering through our crowns, filling our bodies, purifying all obscurations completely, and bringing all realizations, especially loving kindness, compassion, and wisdom. Ending all of our delusions, negative thoughts, all the causes of suffering. not veiled by any fault, white in color, whose head a perfect Buddha crowns in light, gazing compassionately at all beings. To you, Chenrezig, all-seeing one, I prostrate. So now we'll recite the mantra of great compassion, Mani Padme Hum. And so we'll recite this for 10 minutes or 5 minutes. We'll see. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. We'll do that 2 more times. First, we'll read the actual prayer of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. So again, refresh your visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. We're leading them all in this prayer, dedicating it to all suffering sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind and of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, refresh your visualization of thousand-armed Chenrezig in the space in front. We have visualize countless light rays emanating from Chenrezig's heart, reaching all sentient beings. And we'll recite some more Om Mani Padme Hums, the mantra of great compassion, the wish that it alleviated the suffering of sentient beings, bringing them everything that they need right in this moment. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Again, refresh your sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings, receiving the radiant, enlightened rays of light, full of compassion and wisdom from the heart of Chenrezig. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Raha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the final round of reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. So recite it with the confidence that your efforts will result in positive resources, positive effects, tapping into the enlightened activity of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll continue with our dedications. I really rejoice in your efforts, the efforts of all others, all other acts of kindness and the time we've spent together. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then for the long, happy, precious, healthy lives of our teachers, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Save to the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long, happy, healthy life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Oops, a little over time there. Sorry about that. Rita, over to you.
It's absolutely not a problem. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, good, nice. Good, okay, so then I guess we start, unless you want to tell me something, I don't know, No? Okay. Have a nice, what is it? Your place is afternoon, or what is it? Is it?
Yes, it's getting early evening.
It's early evening. Okay. Well, here is like 11 o'clock, because
Ooh.
one thing is I forgot. Usually I'm at 10 o'clock, but I forgot to put myself in. The 10 o'clock slot was already gone. Also, I'm going to watch Geshe Sherab in an hour, because he's in America, but he's teaching for Australia. So on Zoom, so then that starts at midnight. So it's good to keep myself busy and not to go to sleep by doing this prayer. Great, thank you very much. Take care, and maybe see you next week in that case. So hello everybody, in case somebody is there. Again, I don't know, maybe yes, maybe no, but then all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas are here. And also we are constantly surrounded by a lot of sentient beings. So, sorry, Chenrezig Institute, was it you, Kunken, who wanted to say something? I saw your image just quickly. You opened up your camera. Maybe you wanted to say thank you to Tendrenla, didn't you? You do it in such a nice way always. So. Okay. Okay, so as I'm saying, you know, even though you're totally alone in your apartment or your house, but we're constantly surrounded by all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, which usually we only notice it or we think about it when we do actually think about it. So what I thought what we could do today is this very nicely translated Maitreya's Prayer of Love, which has been translated by Geshe Tashila, who used to be in London. Now he's the abbot of Sarah May. And during the pandemic, he would give some teachings and he would usually take a text. And so he was teaching on that one. So if you are interested, you can definitely find it on his blog or on his webpage. All the teachings he gave, it was maybe 8 or 10 times or something like that. So we can fuse our mind with what we're saying and really have it some effect on us, so that we also can become like Maitreya, like the future Buddha. And also by reciting things by Maitreya, it really creates a connection, so that we have a good chance to meet him when he manifests as the next Buddha. To the awakened ones, I prostrate. And to the yogis with the power of God's eye, as well as to all the bodhisattvas, hearers, and so forth. Bodhicitta bars the way to unfortunate destinies. It is the great teaching that leads to the highest realms, and even to the state beyond old age and death. To the mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, I prostrate. Controlled by negative habits in the sight of the Buddha, I have often given harm to others. I shall confess these actions. Yet from the beneficial actions of my body, speech, and mind, I pray that the merit generating the seeds of omniscience may never be exhausted. May I further accomplish this accumulation of merit by performance of the 3 actions of body, speech, and mind. I offer all that I have to the Buddhas in their pure lands of the 10 directions. In the wisdom of all the Buddhas and in my own virtues, I rejoice. In short, I confess all harmful actions. I make prostrations to all the Buddhas. I rejoice in all acts of virtue, and I myself wish to obtain supreme wisdom. Bodhisattvas of the 10th level in all the 10 directions need no reminder to work for enlightenment. Obtaining Buddhahood, supreme enlightenment, joining those who have subdued the demon of self-cherishing, he will turn the Dharma wheel in order to benefit all sentient beings. I pray that sentient beings without exception may be liberated by the sound of the great Dharma drum. Please stay to teach the path to enlightenment for inconceivable millions of eons. I pray that sentient beings without exception may be liberated by the sound of the great Dharma drum. Please stay to teach the path to enlightenment for inconceivable millions of eons. I, who am stuck hard in the mud of the desire realm, tightly bound by the rope of samsara, please watch over me, Supreme Being, who stand on the 2 feet of method and wisdom. The love of the Buddha is not obscured. In the same way as love between sentient beings, the goal of his loving kindness, compassion is to lead them across the ocean of samsara. I will follow with care the path of the Buddhas, of the past, present, and future. It is enlightenment that I will practice. When I have accomplished the 6 perfections, may I be able to liberate all beings in the 6 migratory realms. May I manifest the 6 supramundane cognitions. May I touch great enlightenment. Not born and not coming, self-nature, non-existent, abiding, non-existent, awareness of appearances, non-existent, the non-true existence of things themselves. I wish to realize the emptiness of phenomena. Buddha is like a great Lord, yet sentient beings do not exist. Life does not exist. No being at all is there that exists. Even healing does not exist. I wish to understand the phenomena of non-self-existent ego. Since ego's grasping of all phenomena is non-existent, I wish to develop charity without limit in order to benefit sentient beings. Phenomena do not exist. May the lack of material resources not hinder me. All things are impermanent, therefore I wish to accomplish the perfection of charity. May I never transgress the discipline of morality and free myself from pride, since by having pride in the appearance of morality and purity, one is without morality. I wish to accomplish the perfection of morality. Patience must be as steady as earth or water, not changeable like the wind. Knowing that both patience and anger do not exist, I wish to accomplish the perfection of patience. Patience must be as steady as earth or water, not changeable like the wind. Knowing that both patience and anger do not exist, I wish to accomplish the perfection of patience. It is by effort that I must practice the perfection of effort without enjoying laziness. By the power of mind and body, I wish to accomplish the perfection of effort. Like the concentration called magic, illusion like concentration, and the concentration of going heroically, a hero's concentration, and the concentration like a thunderbolt, the Vajra-like concentration, may I accomplish the perfection of concentration. Through realizing the 3 doors of freedom, seeing the 3 times as utterly equal, and mastering the 3 kinds of direct knowledge, may I complete the perfection of wisdom. Entering the path of the Bodhisattvas, I will be praised by all the Buddhas, ablaze with joy of having found my life's true purpose. May I engage in the joyous effort of the Bodhisattvas and fulfill my own wishes and those of all others. In performing these deeds, he became famed as Maitreya, love, and by completing the 6 perfections, he reached the 10th Bodhisattva ground. So we're going to do the practice, and as it says, the main point is that we generate refuge. Whatever we do, that we generate refuge and bodhicitta. So without refuge, there will be no bodhicitta, because if we don't wish ourselves to to liberate ourselves from being under the control of unhelpful emotions, I mean, how can we help others to do that? How can we even have the wish for others to do it if we are not doing it for ourselves, and especially if we do not know how to free ourselves? So by generating refuge, it's always good to not just say the words, but first of all, to feel something in your heart, like the wish to escape from samsara, or at least not to be reborn under the control of these negative emotions, and having trust and faith, which comes from studying, like listening and then reflecting and then meditating on these wonderful methods that we have. And so we developed a trust in the Buddha's methods. So we take refuge in the Buddha as the mentor, take refuge in the Dharma as the methods, and we take refuge in the Sangha as our companions on this path, because doing that alone would be utterly impossible. So we connect to these three objects with our wish to free ourselves from suffering and the causes of suffering. And then we think of how much kindness we have received over these billions and billions and billions of rebirths in all our past lives. And just in this life, if you think just today, how many people had to do their job properly so that you could do what you were doing today, like, before getting up, sleeping in a bed in a house with everything that a bed contains, then putting on your clothes, taking a shower, brushing your teeth, eating your breakfast, and on and on and on and on. I mean, not even these people from just one day we would be able to count. So then what about all these beings from all our past lives? So the mind becomes very big and very vast, when we think like that. And we think that the only way to repay their kindness is when I can guide them out of samsara, like this present guru is doing that for me right now. So we can visualize, as we are doing Chenrezig practice afterwards, you can visualize either Shakyamuni Buddha or, preferably Chenrezig, 11 heads, 1,000 arms, standing on a lotus and moon disc with 2 legs. His body is translucent, transparent, made out of light, the manifestation of a Buddha's compassion and wisdom. Having the compassion, holding us very dear to his heart, and having the wisdom, the skills to lead us out of samsara so that we can attain that same state. And how is he doing that in this life? As your actual guru that manifests in a human form so that you can receive, and we can receive like direct instructions, what we should practice, because there's a lot of things to practice. We can be guided, we can be inspired by our living guru. And every time we connect to this living guru, our heart totally opens. Out of gratitude, out of respect, and out of devotion. So you have Chenrezig, which in actuality is your guru in the state in front of us. Then around us are all the sentient beings, all in human form, but each undergoing the suffering of his own individual realm. And then we think especially about our mom and dad. So mom is sitting at the left side, dad is sitting at the right side. The beings that we have a problem with or they have a problem with us are in front of us. And the ones that we like to spend time with, we put behind us. And then all these other mother sentient beings that we are leading in refuge, and especially, as it says so many times also in Maitreya's prayer, to remember emptiness, to remember the clear, pure nature of our mind, which is empty of inherent existence. This is why the mind can produce or project samsara or nirvana. It doesn't depend what is there outside. It only depends on the state of mind. So then we take refuge 3 times and then we recite the mantra. And we think especially, of all the countries now, especially in Europe, I don't know how it is in other countries. I think Australia is quite well off with this pandemic. Europe, all the countries are locking down again. Like Austria just proclaimed today that they're going to close everything. France, everything is closed. Italy, many areas are totally closed. People not even allowed to leave their house. Just for going to the doctor and for going to work, not even going shopping anymore. So we think about all these people who have tremendous suffering because they don't have these methods how to transform the suffering. They feel lonely, depressed, financial problems, health problems, and then especially all the beings who are working in the health system, who we have some We have one doctor who usually comes to the center here. I just met her in the street today, and he said, you know, everybody's so tense in the hospital, and it's really, really difficult. So there's enough machines, but there's not enough people who are fresh and who are well rested to operate these machines to help the people who can't breathe anymore. So we're thinking especially of the people who are sick so that they can be healed, and especially people who are trying to help them directly to have enough energy and courage and endurance to see us through this pandemic. Then also for all the governments, that they make the right decisions, because later on I met somebody, it's also a friend of mine, they were protesting in front of the government here in Bern because of all the measurements, and they were talking about, you know, it's totally exaggerated and all this, so we can send these light rays to all the people who have power, to all the governments, so that they are making appropriate decisions that keeps the suffering of the pandemic as small and little as possible, so that they have enough compassion and wisdom, are not thinking about their re-election, or, you know, that people will, I don't know, go against them or whatever, that they really make these decisions for all the people, not just the whatever economy or I don't know what. Anyway, then for the vaccine also, that is about to come out, then we think, may there be no fighting. May everybody who wants to have the vaccine, may they be able to have it. May nobody be forced to be vaccinated also, so that even you're not vaccinated, you can continue with a normal life, you know, and you're not excluded from flying or getting jobs or whatever. So there's a lot of people to think about here. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, knowing that we all have the possibility and the potential to be totally without suffering and the causes for all this suffering. So as we chant the mantra, you can choose whom you are going to send the light rays from Chenrezig. Now you can have Chenrezig either in the space in front of you, or if you have initiation, very helpful, Chenrezig comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into light, that light dissolves into your heart chakra, you dissolve and you let go and drop all, you know, these 5 contaminated aggregates, together with the wrong view that they exist from their own side. We go into the Dharma, Dhatu, the sphere of reality, and out of there, with divine pride, you arise as Chenrezig and so the light rays who are healing, supporting, bringing wisdom and compassion are coming out from your own heart, from a moon disc, on top of it silver free, around it the mantra. First it fills your body, and then like the sun, it radiates out in all the 10 directions, touching each and every sentient being, and as it touches the beings also transform into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani peme ung, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. Then we do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that when you do this prayer, it's good that you have generated yourself as Chenrezig. So you either say the prayer as Chenrezig or as if you are on Zoom, which you're not. I don't know if you can see on YouTube, you can see the picture of Thangtong Gyalpo at the same time. So, but you think you have the power that by reciting this prayer, you can make a huge difference with that kind of confidence. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can recite these two mantras so that we ourselves are protected, and by protecting ourselves also we protect others as we are not getting sick. Still, the mantra is not enough. Still, you need to have the karma not to get sick. But by reciting these mantras, maybe we create the conditions that the karma can ripen so that we're not getting sick. But it's still good to wash your hands and to keep distance. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarva Virita Hana Hana Vashrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarva Virita Hana Hana Vashrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe Nang Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarva Virita Hana Hana Vashrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Majushi. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham trampe peso ha. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham trampe peso ha. Om traso chuso turtaso turmiso ningo lacho kala cha kamsham trampe peso ha. Then you can put your hand on your chin, blow into it and breathe it in. And then really feel that your, by this practice, that your immune system is protected or strengthened at least, so that it can ward off this virus. Then the dedications: may the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Then the wish-counting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Donyanin cheson to sho pelam se te se Kanchen ten chugun Jana pe moten singyato la savatepso shetun lunjo sho. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for all his holy wishes to be fulfilled. Tutu shan shin changang gyawe, ten ting kyon pewe kun tse to portse, chonsun korwe le mun tuju, pata so duche, Gunto Shamten Sho. Then due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, no wars, sickness, famine, pandemic, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and so that we're not losing the merits. Then we seal it with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existence from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existence from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Opa. There you go. Thank you very much.
How are you?
Chrissy Martindale. Wow, I don't know you, Chrissy Martindale.
Hi, I'm from Jamyang Leeds in the UK.
Oh, so it's very late also your side.
Yes, it is. But I thought good chance to come and join in.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, first of all, I forgot to put myself in. This is why also I'm so late. Usually I'm a bit earlier, but I'm going to watch Geshe Sherab for you know, what's the center called in Kangaroo Island, or where is it, in Hobart, Tasmania?
Daitong Ling.
Yeah, right. So
Daitong Chento?
yeah,
in
that
Tassie.
one. CT or something. So he's teaching at midnight, like this Swiss side.
Oh,
Swiss
yes.
time, and since he's coming to Bern, and I really love him. I mean, it's like
He's fabulous. Yeah.
he's so clear and he's so funny and it goes right in. So so I was quite happy to be able to spend the time with saying prayers, so that I'm not falling asleep.
Wonderful, wonderful. Enjoy. We're getting Discovering Buddhism joining us here for the prayerathon. So.
Oh, okay, great.
We have it
so
this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ciao. Ciao.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Okay, good morning, everyone. From good night to good morning. Isn't it wonderful, our international connections, and, you know, really delighting those of us who are just coming to the morning that we're, you know, have the karma for another day. And as Rinpoche says in the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, as Lama Zopa says, you know, for today, after you open your eyes, and up to enlightenment and up to death, and especially today, so all our activities of body, speech and mind. So this is a wonderful way for us. Actually, we've just had morning puja here, you know, so this morning. And so now continuing on with our prayerathon, and then of course continuing on with the Discovering Buddhism course today, and more prayers after. So how amazing that we have this precious human rebirth with all the freedoms and endowments to engage in the practice, and so far healthy body as well as healthy mind, and, you know, thinking of all those who are suffering from this terrible pandemic, and either themselves individually or working with those, or, you know, those on the front line, those in the families, those who are grieving, those whose families have been lost. I was reading about the situation in Texas this morning, and, you know, quite grim in many places of the world, certainly in the US, and, you know, sort of we see this virus coming back. So as Rinpoche has guided us to continue this 24-hour prayerathon as the Sangha of this organization of International Mahayana Institute of FPMT, to continue this until the pandemic declines. So we can see the need in the world. And of course, as we go through the prayers, we can see, you know, all about affliction-caused diseases, you know. So this is a time, as His Holiness keeps reminding us of, coming to towards the end of this eon of destruction, or maybe towards the end of this planet even. So that it's a definite reminder to speedily, you know, sort of engage in the prayer, the practice, meditation, study, reflection, and gain the realizations, so that, you know, as His Holiness said, we can be in the Pure Land, even we're in the Pure Land, and we even can observe from the Pure Land, whichever Pure Land we're in, the destruction of this world system, or this world anyway. It didn't say system, it just said this planet. So meantime, doing whatever we can, of course, karma, depending on rising law of cause and effect, nothing is fixed, right? So we do all we can, you know, those of us committing ourselves to the Dharma, you know, engaging in the power of prayer all around the world, and we're keeping this going 24/7, as you just saw, from nighttime to daytime. So here we go. So we're, you know, wrapping up the last hour here at Chenrezig Institute, and so half hour I'll do, and then the Discovering Buddhism class, who are coming to the end of their course. They finish up next month. Fantastic, 2.5 years later, and you know, so wonderful to have cultivated those Dharma jewels, they relationships, you know, they call themselves the Dharma jewels, and have developed a beautiful Dharma buddy support system, and so forth. So it's very enriching to see, in the midst of all this hardship, you know, what is possible on every level, you know, whatever level we're at. So, as Lama Zopa says, making your whatever actions, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, we can say, of recitation of this practice and so on, does not become the cause of suffering, as said, becomes a cause for happiness and a cause to, especially to achieve Buddhahood, so transforming every activity into a method for accomplishing the benefit of all beings, for the happiness of all beings, and particularly all the human beings of this world system at this time, you know. So holding them in our hearts, visualizing them around every atom of space around us, engaging in their practice with us, visualizing all the objects of refuge, in other words, visualizing the Buddha, your guru, or if you have gurus, teachers, your spiritual friends, inseparable from the Buddha, all the Buddhas and so forth, or the lineage lamas, extensive or all arising in this form, Shakyamuni Buddha, who embodies all the Buddha Dhamma Sangha, then on that basis, with all our brothers, sisters around us, visualized on every atom of space, engaging this practice with us, whether alive or dead, you know, engaging in this practice for the benefit of the world. So like that, we set our powerful, strong bodhicitta motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So this form of going for refuge, space refuge, was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Karnatpa Paljor Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and afterwards it provided infinite benefit for living beings. So following in those footsteps, you know, as much as we can, creating infinite benefit for infinite beings, especially freeing the mind of affliction-born diseases. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. To the pure, pristine wisdom, our true nature, the mind in its natural state of clarity, luminosity, awareness, is limitless as space, unobstructed, it's completely pure, clear. This is our true nature of mind, abiding in that. Empty of all obstruction, empty of all this and that, mutuality, empty of all thoughts, conceptions, disturbing emotions, and so forth. Completely clean, clear, infinite potential, our Buddha nature. Our Buddha nature fully realized in the aspect of the Dharmakaya, wisdom body of a Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So meditating there on your understanding of the qualities of the objects of refuge, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, Buddha inseparable from the Guru, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, all arising in that form. Guru, Buddha, same. So the external objects of refuge that arise then as realizations in our own mind, which is the ultimate Dharmakaya, truth body, wisdom body. And then reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So here we are at Chenrezig Institute, and 20 years ago, Lama Zopa Rinpoche led the Mani retreat, the Chenrezig retreat, and gave the commitment to the center of 100 million Om Mani Padme Hums, every year. We haven't yet attained that, but last week, La Babdu Chen, descent from Tushita Heaven, we kicked off here in the morning practice on Saturday, the Mani retreat. So people have been accumulating their practices and so forth, and we have online, so that people can contribute from, it's a home practice, so people can contribute from all around the world. When I wasn't up here then, I was in Sydney, and we used to come together and do a session before work. I wasn't ordained at that point, so we'd get, we'd do a session in the morning, and then everyone go off to work, get a coffee actually, and then go to work. Anyway, so people can join in from afar and contribute to, turning the wheel of this mantra in the world that has so much power, as Rinpoche talks about, the power of this. So, of course, being here at Chenrezig Institute, where, it's getting hotter and hotter, quite warm, and this week it's going to be very warm. And so the snakes are out and about. So Rinpoche said, if you recite 10 malas on Mani Padme Hum, you'll be protected from snakes. So I just take that on faith, and I also keep away from the snakes if I'd see them. And no, you don't keep away from them, you just stay still, and they'll skittle off if you don't scare them. Anyway, we're used to snakes in Australia. They are poisonous, the ones around here. Quite a few of the ones around here. Some aren't. Okay. All right. For whatever purpose. So protecting our mind, basically, it might have some external protection, but really it's protection for our mind, isn't it? So, holding the heart of compassion, the jewel, the precious jewel, just like Chenrezig here, in our heart, the precious jewel of compassion. And we can visualize Chenrezig, whatever form, or at least the pure light of compassion above our own crown and the crown of all other sentient beings we're visualized around us. And as we recite the mantra from the heart of Chenrezig, from the Shri, the seed syllable at the heart of Chenrezig, coming down, through the crown of your head, and healing energy of yourself, all those ones that you know are sick or suffering from ailments, or those recently passed away, all our dear friends, all those working on the front line, all of us human beings who are, sort of so, let's say, our lives have been hijacked this year by this virus around the world. So this is our shared karma, but that we can purify the causes of that and pacify this disease in the world. So holding that in our mind as much as we can, and as the light and nectar flows down into your body, our pure compassion, you know, billowing clouds of compassion, filling you, every atom, cell, particle of your being and those of all the beings around you, so that they become completely transformed into this aspect of infinite compassion as well. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. To feel that healing energy of the light and the nectar transform your body and those of all those around you. The nature of light, crystal clear, completely purified, completely healed, transparent, translucent, radiating rays of light. And then Chenrezig above the crown, or the infinite altruistic compassion, dissolves down to an orb of light above your crown, the crown of all those around you. Comes down through the crown of your head, comes to sit at your heart, connecting with that precious jewel, the Mani compassion. You know, sort of, it's like a booster technique to our compassion, you know, infinitely radiant, blissful, thinking our mind completely filled with this mind of compassion, mind of Chenrezig, you know, same, infinitely blissful, compassionate, kind, caring concern to others, It's like Chenrezig here, you know, these arms and the eyes looking out for help wherever it's needed. It comes to sit in your heart and the heart of all beings that connects our heart to heart, our loving concern, our kindness, our compassion, and empowering us then to follow in the footsteps of Thangtong Gyalpo in reciting the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Of course, we say the long life prayers for our precious teachers, and hearing, well, not here actually, it was in Nepal at Copan on Monday. We had for our Australian Geshis, I think first time FPMT Australia, sponsoring, so all the centres, all the students, and you know, those who contributed and so forth, sponsoring a long life puja for our Geshis resident in Australia. So that was, you know, quite amazing. Of course, wasn't live cast, so we couldn't see live cast, but nonetheless, we got together with our dear Geshe Sotrim, and one of the students offered lunch to the Sangha, and so we had we had our own celebration. I'm sure other centres did as well. We're so fortunate to have those connections and to have our precious gurus with us. Of course, with visa problems for some, getting harder. We can't always assume it's okay, you know. It's happening around the world, issues like that. And of course, this year with COVID, you know, a lot of restrictions on travel. So our touring Geshis, you know, we were just talking about Geshe Sharapla, who's at the moment teaching for Chagtong Chentong in Hobart, you know, but not able to travel. That was what was planned. So fortunately, we have the internet, we have live streaming, we can connect, just like with His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche and so forth. Okay, one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may we body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So here, today we have our second day of the Introduction to Tantra, Discovering Buddhism, Module 13 retreat. And so, you know, all these practices like with Chenrezig and so forth of endowing, you know, visualizing, endowing the body with radiance and power by the power of our practice. And may that benefit others, you know, as Rinpoche said, the power of the prayer, the power of the mantra, you know, that carries the blessings, carries the protection on the wind, you know, or on your skin, you know, they touch your skin or you go in the water. Probably a lot of people doing that here today because, you know, we're experiencing a little bit of a heat wave this week. So blessings for all those beings, for the insects. Last night was the cane toads. Flying ants, there's a lot of those around at the moment. Okay, all the beings, radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we will dedicate and with the long life prayers for our precious lamas. Those of us here in the Gompo or those of us online with the FPMT retreat prayer book, that's what we use here. It's on page 321. Others have in other places in your practices or you have in your mind, right? Okay. Jangchub Senchog Rinpoche Maki Panam Gekuchi Kewanyam Pa Mepai Kongne Kongdu Pawasu Chik Ten Kamdi Pende Maholupa Gangle Shungwe Sampejino Kadrin Sume Tenzin Gyatsolam Sovatepsu Tushelu. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, thank you for this practice, for this advice, and we as much as we can follow the advice and following in the you know, sort of example of Venerable Tendo, our director of IMI, who swiftly you know, put this into practice within a week, and our multimedia team here who sort of made it happen pretty swiftly, getting better every week, you know, smoother, right? Okay. Tu su shan xin chang gun giao wei ten xin yom hao wei pon zog du po zi chu sum ku wei le man tu dro pa da su du shi gun zu shak ti. Okay, so now I think our brother, sister, Discovering Buddhism students online might have joined us, be joining us on the other Zoom. So for this half hour, we have all the Discovering Buddhism students joining in the practice, at least here at Chenrezig, and those online, and then others, whoever others joining. So we're all set.
The students are on my computer.
Okay, yeah, students so, on this computer. Yeah, hi, everybody on Margot's computer. Yeah. Okay, we're just getting you up on the screen so we can see you as we set our motivation for this practice. So here we are with our precious human rebirth, with our precious teachings, having met authentic Mahayana virtuous friends in this life due to past karma and coming running towards that and running towards this practice. Amazing, you know, not not knowing the karma of past lives, only a Buddha knows, but well, you know, knows all about karma, quite hidden to us, but we get cause and effect. We get that, you know, from our stainless prayers. It makes sense. We see in this life, you know, how the power of our prayer, our practice has benefited our minds. And then at least those who've been here with the Discovering Buddhism course over the 2.5 years have just commented that their families have also got happier over that period as well, because we've got happier. So our relationships improve, in other words. And then, of course, we had couple of our three of our Discovering Buddhism students ordain in this period. That's wow, isn't it? Venerable Gyalpo La, Venerable Yangchen La, and Venerable Wangbo La. So amazing. Even in COVID lockdown, amazing. So we rejoice in all the merits of all of us, and, you know, to use those to continue. I need that sneezing mantra. Continue to cultivate, you know, our bodhicitta motivation, having already faith, trust in Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, and cultivating our bodhicitta motivation to continue on with our own study, reflection, discussion, practice for the welfare of the world, and particularly in this practice for the, you know, all sentient beings, but particularly here in this practice for the welfare of all the human beings of this world, because we are all collectively impacted, have the collective karma of this virus in the world, in whatever way that manifests for us, that experience. And that changes. It's been very interesting. It's been a great lesson on impermanence, you know. I was thinking back to January the 1st. Who made a New Year's resolution to go into lockdown? Nobody. I mean, we had to cancel all our pilgrimages and travel plans and so forth. And some of them got postponed, and now the one that we had planned for June this year to India now it's kaput, cancelled. You know, it gets delayed a year, and it's like, okay, cancel. For now, who knows? Anyway, we can do pilgrimage in our own mind, and we can zoom in. His Holiness Dalai Lama, teachings unstoppable, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, teachings unstoppable, all our precious Geshis and Lamas teaching online and so forth, how beneficial for the world. So may the power of our practice here now also have such powerful benefit to the world. So I think here in the Gompa you have the copies of the practice. I think everyone has a copy. Everyone has? Yeah, good. So we'll recite together a few times the motivation, and you know, I pause from time to time to reflect. Can't predict when that's going to be. It just happens, right? Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So pausing here to reflect on the qualities such as you're aware of, the qualities of the Buddha, the qualities, you know, the historical Buddha, but of a Buddha having completely purified all the afflicted states of mind, all the toxic emotions, disturbing states of mind, and having completely perfected all the positive qualities, having attained omniscience, all the qualities shared with the Arya Bodhisattvas, all the qualities unique to a Buddha, inseparable from our Guru, our Gurus, all our teachers, all our spiritual friends. And then of the Dharma, which is the actual power, has the actual power, the teachings to transform our mind, and with ultimate Dharma, the realizations within our own mental continuum. And the Arya Sangha, these highly realized beings who, having realized directly, perceptually realized emptiness, and those who've transmitted the teachings, and like here we have the Nalanda Masters garden that's growing. You know, we have more of the Nalanda Masters arriving soon in the garden. And as we see with these holidays, the Dalai Lama really emphasizing their teachings, the legacy of that for the world, for the benefit of the world, not just for us as Dharma students, but when His Holiness published that volume, you know, Philosophy and Science, Volume 2, about the mind, saying this is our academic program, so it's a sort of secular program, because make it beneficial to those who have faith already, those who have no faith, but have sharp minds, sharp intellect. And then reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, you know, Chenrezig mantra. Those of us here with this Discovering Buddhism course went through yesterday the meaning of the mantra, and then I thought to just read some of Rinpoche's advice about the benefits of reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. Meditation on Chenrezig and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum are the most important practices in your life. They are the most important practice for the happiness and benefit of other sentient beings. So there's no doubt they are important practices for your own happiness and benefit as well. As I often say, because I want happiness and do not want suffering, even turtles, mosquitoes, ants, and woodlice all need to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Goats and pigs need to recite Om Mani Padme Hum in loud voices. It's the same for snakes. They need to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. They should, but they can't. As Venerable Wongmo keeps reminding me, I was trying to teach a bird down on the Central Coast to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and she said, birds don't have lips. They can't do the But it did sort of, it was trying to get the Om. Anyway, so far I can only say kapate and beach. It has his go to the beach without lips, but anyway, that's what its owner tells me. So, yeah, they can't. So, but by reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, you can achieve all your happiness, not only for this life, but for all the happiness of all your future lives, and ultimate happiness that comes with the cessation of samsaric suffering and their causes, karma, delusions, and negative imprints. Okay? In essence, Om Mani Padme Hum includes the entire Dharma, all 80,000 teachings of the Buddha. International Mahayana Sutra, Tantra, everything. So here of us doing the introduction to Tantra module, Vajrayana is practiced with bodhicitta. That is what makes the Vajrayana teachings and practice Mahayana. Bodhicitta is fundamental. Okay. Without bodhicitta, all our practices do not become the cause for enlightenment. So here, creating the causes for our own enlightenment to benefit the world. So meantime, visualizing all these sentient beings, you know, all these animals, but particularly the human ones of this world system, seated around you on every atom of space. So, and above the crown of their head, Arya Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. It's easy for us here in the Gompa because we have that visualization here. I mean, we have the Chenrezig statue here to aid our visualization. So as much as we can, it's, you know, but the main thing is the power of infinite altruistic compassion, not discriminating between beings on the basis of whether they help, harm, or do neither. A Buddha has equal regard, equal compassion, equal loving kindness for all sentient beings. And then all the Buddha's infinite compassion arising in this form of Arya Chenrezig, pure altruistic energy of compassion above the crown of your head and all the other sentient beings. As we recite the mantra, then visualize the nectar and the mantra flowing in, the light flowing in, filling up your body, filling up their bodies, every atom, cell of your being, from the tips of your toes, the top of the head out to all the extremities, transforming your body into a body of light, of healing energy, of protection for others as well. And your heart into pure, infinite, altruistic compassion with no strings attached. Like Chenrezig, not bearing to see the suffering and wanting to do whatever we can to relieve that. So with that sort of strong conviction in our mind, we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Feel that your body completely pure, completely crystal clear, completely healed. purified, eliminated all negativities of body and mind, or everything disturbing, completely transformed, in fact, into a like crystal clear body radiating translucent light, clean, clear, pure. And your mind completely calm, clear. And then above the crown of your head and all those around you, the aspect of Chenrezig or the infinite altruistic light, it dissolves down into all of light that melts down into the crown of your head and comes to sit at your heart chakra, combining with this like Chenrezig, you know, the mani, the jewel of compassion at your heart chakra, right in the center of your chest, like just in front of your spine, deep inside. All your infinite altruistic compassion connecting your heart chakra with, you know, your heart to heart, all of us. Heart to heart resuscitation of compassion. Love and kindness, caring concern for all beings. The compassion most needed in the world, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, as His Holiness Dalai Lama says, you know, compassion, compassion, compassion. Feel the power of that in our hearts. Feel my mind, Chenrezig's mind, saying, completely pure, completely accessing all the power of all the Buddha's compassion, which means arising my own infinite qualities of compassion in sync with reality, in sync with my own Buddha nature, with this infinite power of bodhicitta, and powerfully engage in the prayer, Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease, and holding in mind all those sentient beings around us, anyone suffering from, you know, in our families, in our friends, in our countries, in the news we hear. So all those who are suffering, particularly from this pandemic, who have suffered, who are working with those who are suffering not just from the disease, but the fear, the anxiety, the regret, the uncertainty. Today, you know, this morning I was reading about the, you know, refugees in the Melbourne, you know, and sort of having gone into extreme lockdown, very fearful, right? And still being, you know, in that situation. And yeah, they say, oh, you people with your, you know, staying at home, but you're staying at home, you have space to walk around in, whereas we're sort of sharing this tiny little space, and the mental issues that come along. So you know, whoever, you know, affects our heart. And of course, you know, as we've been hearing about with Liberation Prison Project from the prisoners about their experiences and the number of times in some of the prisons, not so much here in Australia, but certainly in the US, that the virus, you know, has come back. So all these beings, you know, fear, anxiety, grief, pain, all the sufferings, can't bear it. So we've got to get on and do this practice. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So in the notes it says, evil spirits are the non-humans who interrupt virtuous practice and bring about undesired events. So we talk about the four maras, or the evil maras, and we always focus on this one, the outside disturbances to our practice, to virtuous practice, or the mara personified. However, the other three are, all our afflicted states of mind, all our aggregates, the body and mind continuum, having this physical body on the basis of which people are now currently experiencing this terrible pandemic, unfortunately. But also, all the other affliction-caused diseases, and then the afflictions themselves. So the aggregates, the body, and then the mental continuum, and all the compositional factors of the mental continuum. So we can see, how all of this affects our experience in the world, and may that all those hindrances, those obstructions, and of course then the mara of death itself, which, unless we have control over that process, certainly interrupts your practice. So, do what we can right now. May all the sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So we can pause here to think of having, through the practice of Om Mani Padme Hum, transformed the body into this body of light, of altruistic compassion. It's a precious jewel. Thinking of the radiance and power of our body, radiating out the power of all this practice in the world, all the bodies, everybody who's been involved in this practice this week, previous weeks, so forth, radiating out, just like Thangtong Gyalpo, that radiance and power in the world to be able to pacify this disease for the benefit of the world, by pacifying our own minds, clarifying our own minds, purifying our own minds. So in that way, also having good health and well-being, physical, mental, to be able to assist those who are suffering so tormented existences, even on the basis of their human body. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as swiftly as possible. May I be responsible for this by myself alone. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may the I, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, merely labeled by the mind, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, depending on causes and conditions, and on other sentient beings. And lead all sentient beings, our precious kind mothers, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side, a complete hallucination. And those of us here in the Gompa, or maybe at home, who have the FPMT retreat book, we're on page 321, we'll recite the long life prayers for His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So you might have it pasted on page 320 like me, or anyway, there. Jiten kam ne pende mahalupa gang le shung wei sampel ye shino katrin so me tenzin ya tsola so wa tepsu tu and then the next page we have the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu so shan chen cham gun gyao wei ten sin gong po wei kon so do po zi tu song ko wei le mon tu do pa da su du she bu du So thank you very much, everyone. That completes the prayer-a-thon for this 24 hours non-stop from yesterday morning. Thank you to the multimedia team for your tireless hours, keeping this going, keeping it turning in the world. Amazing benefit. And see you again next week. And be safe, be well, be happy in the Dharma. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so, and hello to everybody online for discovering Buddha.